And we're back with more Castle-Day-nia. Welcome back, everybody. Panda, how you doing?
In an era long...
So I want to finish this game today, so let's just get into it. So we have 2 of the 5 bosses defeated. Not sure where we're going next. Let's find out. I believe this actually leads us to where the Forgotten One is imprisoned. But there's stuff we need to do to actually open the gate down here. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Save point. In especially enormous power. Yep. So we open that, we get to fight the super boss of the game. Though it's odd thinking about it that there's a Castlevania game with a super boss. Certainly not common in this genre. And I believe it's not even a reference to any other Castlevania boss either. Symphony of the Night had the optional bosses and Galamoth, which was the super boss. And Galamoth was very explicitly a reference to Kid Dracula. And then I don't think any of the other Metroidvanias really have super bosses or optional bosses. Like, to actually get the good ending, you do have to kill all of them. Alright. I forget where I've been to. Alright, we haven't been here. The Anti-Soul Mysteries Lab. Whip it. So after this, there'll be the underground caverns area where we fight Joaquin, and I forget what the 5th area will be. And then we'll gain access to the sealed off area. Not where the Forgotten One is, or the one in the main hall. Alright, try that out. Yeah. I don't even know if this game has breakable walls. I've never really tried to check. Money! What do we got? That fourth hit's a good hit. Does good damage. Look at that. So you've got this thing that you can just kind of see up here. Whatever it is, it seems complicated. It certainly sets this room apart from other rooms. But with the lack of camera control, you can't really look up and see what it actually is. So it ultimately feels kind of pointless. What do we got? Ross. No, I think I'm good with my holy water. Perfect. I feel like this idea of 3D Castlevania would absolutely have been better suited to a much more linear game. Or a game with a better sense of exploration than just running through corridors and then going back to hit the doors that you haven't already been in. Mostly just because of how slow it is. How slow the movement and exploration is. False wall from the tapestry of the tooth of the flying two-headed one. Flying head, a tapestry of a flying two-headed one. Alright. Hmm. Hey, how you doing, Henry? I know, my song was always the one that plays in Joaquin's area. I forget what it's called. I used to know what it was called. Oh yeah? Home from a nice long day of work. Can I get out of here? Yeah, things pretty good on my end. Flying two-headed one. Flying two-headed one. Alright. Circle round, hit everything else, and we'll head up to the next floor. Alright. So, something about a tapestry with a flying two-headed character. Oh hey, it's Clem. Eliminate him. That's right. The worst Resident Evil enemy. The Eliminators. And if they don't work, I'll send the sweepers. Or the Eliminators with bats in their mouth, so when they scream, they shoot bats at me. Speaking of, check out what I've got, Clem.
And I say England's greatest Prime Minister was Lord Palmerston.
Hit the elder.
Lord Palmerston!
Hit the elder!
Okay, you asked for it, Bugs!
Yeah, that's showing him, buddy. Hit the elder.
Lord Palmerston!
So I finally set up the Simpsons button. There are 88 quotes on there. Or 88 separate sounds. It's graceful, Clem. Every time I try and stream, you're like, hey, I need to go out. Graceful. If you stay in, Clem, I'll press the button again. Excellent. Then I'll press the button again.
Of course I'm Batman. See, here's a picture of me with Robin.
Who the hell's Robin?
Oh, I guess you're only familiar with the new Batman movies. Michelle Pfeiffer. Ha. The only true Catwoman is Julie Newmar, Lee Merriweather, or Eartha Kitt. And I didn't need molded plastic to improve my physique. Pure West. And how come Batman doesn't dance anymore? Remember the bat to see?
Nice meeting you. Just keep moving, don't make eye contact.
I don't have to reach behind the fridge to unplug the PS5, goddamn. Boom. Gotta keep an eye on that health. Fuck it, throw it. Just use the health. Use the health. There we go. Those potions feel so, like, lackluster. Alright, we got a save point up ahead. We will dive into there. The important question to ask, Clem, is did Jesus live on any of those foods? Oh god, shadows. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jesus was alive. Whether or not he was the Messiah is up for debate. He may very well have been a very naughty boy. Thank you, and good night. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? We're doing good? Well... back up here, circle around, and then I want to check out where this goes. And then eventually hit here. Live in the dream? That sounds like a lie. I don't appreciate being lied to, Clem. Pictures and things? Yeah, everybody keep an eye out for a tapestry with some sort of two-headed creature on it. You have a mirror in your bathroom now so you can look yourself when you're naked. Yeah, just like the rest of us can. Yeah. Thanks to that camera I put in your bathroom. Yes, nicely, I'll give you the website address. Could have saved you money on the mirror. Just load up the website address. What? No.
Mom, you made it! How are you? I have laryngitis and it hurts to talk. So I'll just say one thing. You never do anything right.
I should make this like a... Alright, let's see how this works.
How long does it take to see this thing? I'm kind of in a hurry.
Well, it's hard to say, my friend. Once you go in, you may never come out.
Wow. One, please.
Okay, so I think the idea is right, but it restarts the audio too soon. I guess just add a mute button for the PC audio before I use it. There we go. You should have had a button to mute the audio ages ago. Drawing your dad did. Very exciting. Very nice, Clem. Here, have a fresh Simpsons quote on me.
Hey, I can't go in there. Relax, there's nothing here you didn't see when Dad boycotted pants.
There we go, it seems like it works. Alright, so we'll go around here and back there. Circle around, just keep heading forward. So I think if we see one of these with some sort of two-headed creature, that will be a fake wall. So everybody keep your eyes out. Whether or not it's even in this area is the question. Perfect. Alright, so that's the door we're at. No, it isn't. This one's odd, though. That tapestry is mirrored from the others. Hmm. Snap. Snap my bitch up. Okay, so there's the door behind this. Alright, I'm not sure I can even do anything to this. Let's just go. Alright, second door on the left. How's that for Belmont? So I'm not going to use the magic, there's not really even any point in having it. So I should use it. Alright, stairs. Two heads, but they're not flying. And that's not a tapestry. That's three heads. You're right. Dagger. More like knife to see you. Well, they all did a good job. They all goofed. While we're in this area with the quiet music and we save, let's press the Simpsons button again.
And may we burn in painful and foul-smelling here forever and ever.
That sounded appropriate. Ooh. I can't believe I just found $1,000 in Eastern Europe in the 11th century. Whose bright idea was it to make the currency in this game dollars? Red Phoenix, okay. Alright. Can I help you, lads? Thank you. I wanted that MP. Took a lot more punishment than I expected. Hey, Bane. How you doing, Ben? Oh, fuck, actually, I should make that a fake. Can I make that a fade? I don't think I can. Oh well. That's right, you can. Don't worry, with any luck, we'll be done with Rebirth soon enough. And then we'll all be happy. I just took care of it, Ben. I wanted to do it before I forget it. There's always be the possibility of it. If I leave it till later when I usually do all the quote editing, I could well have forgotten that it was supposed to be can't. Zombies. Hey, it's Flame. Burn him. Burn him now. Yeah, I'm hoping we're reaching, like, the end soon of Rebirth. Maybe, like, 3 more sessions. With any luck, have it done next week. And then we can go back to playing games that I'm not tired of. I wasn't on the platform, genius. Yeah, then we can spin the wheel of games and figure out what we're doing. I'm intending to finish this tonight. We're going till we're done. I'm hopeful we'll get, I don't know, Beyond Good and Evil on the wheel, but we'll see. Hey, how you doing, Peach? Everybody gets a Simpsons quote when they come in now.
Oh, yeah!
Objection! That party-hardy attitude is a registered trademark of the Duff Corporation.
Whatever happened to fair use?
There we go. Well, I've been ready to do that since we started. Haha. Like, what has been the point of this entire crusade if I'm not going to go and kick Dracula in the dick? Not a problem, Peach. Welcome on in. No, it's the barriers that are preventing me from getting into the final area. Which is why we're going through these areas to kill the monsters that power the barriers. It takes time, Flame. Well, it's worth noting that we won't actually be fighting Dracula in this game. I was holding block. It takes longer to raise your guard in this game than it did in Dark Souls 2. Walter Bernhardt. Damn blood skeletons. Yeah, that was a while ago. I think back in 2020. I think our first quotes are from there. Okay, there's a save point here we'll dip into for the health refill. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, I'm down to stream Silent Hill 2 again. And, like, I'd love to give Silent Hill 3 another shot. Because trying to do... yeah, there was. I'll do better this time. I promise. Still killed the fucker, though, didn't I? I'd love to give Silent Hill 3 another shot. Because I did it in 2 sessions when I streamed Silent Hill 3. And that was definitely a mistake. By the end of it, I was just tired. My throat was sore. And I just wanted to be done. So, like, Silent Hill 3 again. At a more relaxed pace, I think, would be a good idea. But I don't really want to do Silent Hill 4 again. I did it once. The stream's on the archive if you want to see me do it. No, this does not unlock anything on the Wheel of Castlevania. Playing bread's right at the start. There isn't any bread later in the game. Yeah, one of my favorite bits is always about the line I made about stealing Walter's shoes. It's like, oh no, an unstoppable man. A man is chasing me and he's unstoppable because of some horrible ritual he's done. And he's constantly chasing down me and my lady friends to kill us and sacrifice us to gain ultimate power. But also, like, I'm just gonna stamp on his nuts and steal his shoes because he's actually kind of weak. That carousel in Silent Hill 3 is horrifying. I love it. How many rooms does this castle need? There we go. Right, so what do we got? When the scorching statue is frozen, the defender will crumble. Oh, it's just you guys? I thought it might be something worth my time. That's right. I did it. To be fair, these axe armors take more punishment than normal. There we go. Any goodies in here, though? Meth means death. E-meth means life. This might make more sense when I have all the text. Fucking idiot missed me. I was right in front of him and he missed me. Dive kick. I feel like there could be a better combo for that. But we'll see. Maybe it'll become more natural. Please, do I look like I give as little of a shit as Doctor Doom does in Marvel vs. Capcom 3? Alright. No, my style is more to dodge cancel. Yeah, I like my dodge cancels. The problem is when you can't cancel out of a dodge. Like, cancel into a dodge, great, but I'd like to also cancel out of the dodge. E-tablet. I imagine I combine that with meth somewhere.
You're too late.
I wonder what's the other way. I wonder what's over here. Everything here is on fire. Everything's on fire. I feel like if you jump kick through a candle, you should get like whatever is in that candle just as you go through it. Yeah, this feels like it'd be a good idea. This is why you want the holy water. And just generally in Castlevania. Always such a good idea. There we go. Ghost from, I mean the ghost from DMC2 always failed point. No, I know which ones you're talking about. Did you know Clem finally completed Devil May Cry 2 recently after, like, 3 years? After quitting the game halfway through and leaving it for, like, 3 years. After quitting the game. After not finishing the game. Lucia's gained the second disc, Clem, come on. Oh, I'm full of high potions. Might as well use a high potion. To be fair, Lucia's game is only worse because she doesn't have guns. I wonder if there's something I can't do yet. One more try. Okay, so they have a setup there so you can't jump over it. No, it's too far for me to make that way. Even if I did time it right. There's a dash ability in this game, isn't there? Somewhere. I already killed all of you, piss off. You know what? No. I will not take this insult. That wasn't really worth it. You say animation flame, but like, he's not animated. They made a sprite of him that they took from another character's sprite, and that sprite just zooms in on the screen. I'm still surprised there's a Leon reference at all in the Netflix show. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, in America. No, because the save room's right here. Fuck it and go to the save room.
Cheer up, Lise. You got a good grade without even reading the book. That's win-win.
Can't you see the difference between earning something honestly and getting it by fraud?
I suppose maybe if, No, sorry. I thought I had it there for a sec.
I should, like, just adapt that from, like, a Simpsons quote button into just a general quote button. Well, here it is. The Meth Stone. Emech. The Golem. I could, but that'd take more work. No, not paralysis. We say nasty things on here ourselves. There's got to be a good quote that'll show off some of the stupid things we say. Carbuncle hate. Hate for Origin systems. Private citizen. They're all things that I have said on. Sometimes I stumble dick first into good ideas. Remember, everybody, zombies are weak to the butt. I don't know about you, but I'd take comic book stuff more seriously when they use the word bitch. Holy water is so good for bosses. I have not. No, it came out later in the day for me. I will watch it at some point. Though I am surprised he's done a video on another platformer so soon after the last one. Am I confused? Has it been a while? Was Jill of the Jungle the last platformer one he did? Confused again? Huh. No, Jackrabbit's a good topic for it. I'll watch it. No, I think Symphony of the Night was the last one he did. Yeah, and I don't enjoy his Symphony of the Night video. I've seen it, and I've tried to watch it again, because I'll watch Civi's videos every now and then, even though I've seen them before. And the Symphony of the Night one bothers me because his route through the castle is so unoptimized, and he's wrong about several things. I think that bothers me. Because I like Civi, and I respect him, and I appreciate his knowledge. But knowing that he's wrong, oh, I was like, blow. I'll just be over here. Knowing that he's wrong is like, that takes me out of the video. Stick and carrot approach, if you know, you know. You wait the day you get to use it in a workplace setting. I feel like if you try to use that whole situation in a workplace setting, you would probably have to talk to HR. Look, I do not play video games if they don't have controller support. I don't want to use a mouse. Where's the quote about me using a mouse? There it is. That's not the right quote. Steer to steer. If I ever get a new pet, I'm gonna name it Metal Sonic. After Metal Sonic. One more try. I don't remember what number it is. It was more tedious than Dark Souls, that was true. No, it's rare that I'll play a mouse and keyboard game, just generally, and on stream, less so. The only time I've streamed a mouse and keyboard game was when I did Broken Sword. I played the PC version of Broken Sword on stream, and like it wasn't overly comfortable with my setup to use the mouse like that for an extended period. I enjoyed it, but like it keeps me from jumping straight into Broken Sword 2. As much fun as Broken Sword 2 would be. And I'd love to do Broken Sword 2 because my favourite is Broken Sword Sleeping Dragon. Yay! I love Broken Sword the Sleeping Dragon. The black sheep of the series, but I love it.
Welcome. What would you like to
I have some jewels to sell.
Is this fine? Would you like anything else? Is that all? What would you like?
Yeah, Killer 7's on the list. Killer 7's on the wheel. Thank you. Because I've never actually finished Killer 7. I have it on PS2. I bought it on PS2 back in the day. I never finished it. I would love to have picked up the GameCube version. Never really seen it for a good price.
Anything else?
Broken Age? You thinking Broken Age there, Peach? But yeah, I was never able to pick up Killer 7 on GameCube. Would have loved to. Broken Age was PS4, yeah. Pretty sure I have Broken Age on PS4. I think it was a PlayStation Plus game, though. I don't think I ever bought it. But yeah, I would have loved to own it on GameCube. Never did. But I do have the PC version now.
Good luck.
So, like, we'd do that. I'd love to do Killer 7 on stream. Killer 7, I've never really done much with No More Heroes. Love to do that. That's on the wheel, I'm pretty sure. Shadows of the Damned. Which I should look real quick. Let's take a look. Because, like... Is the Shadows of the Damned remaster on PC? It is. Excellent. Let me add this to my wish list. And when it goes on sale, I will purchase it. So that I do not have to look for it. Yeah, Shadows of the Damned. Killer is Dead. I'd love to do like a bunch of the Suda 5-1 stuff on stream. Killer is Dead was like one of 2 games that came out around the time that had a weird fascination with Dvorak's New World Symphony. It was that. It's not Broken Age. Fairy Tale MC was an elf human. Weird purple. Possibility of the Ponia, maybe? I'm not sure. I've got all of those, I've never played them. The Broken Age was sold in 2 acts. Which is why that was the first one that came to mind for me. Book of Unwritten Tales. Book of Unwritten Tales, maybe? Never looked at that, so I'm not sure. Thimbleweed Park, of course. Game that we've been wanting to get to. Yeah, maybe Book of Unwritten Tales. Didn't jump to mind immediately because, like, I have very little interaction with that game. But that game did get a sequel, but I'm not aware of whether or not it was an unfinished thing, so it didn't jump to mind for me. Broken Age did because I know it was released as Act 1 and then Act 2 was added later.
Psst, the best mate's in the rump.
Oh, Lisa, you and your stories. Bart is a vampire. Beer kills brain cells. Now let's go back to that building thingy where our beds and TV is.
Just a reminder, people, if you're getting bogus returns on your investments, contact Goldman Sachs, the skewed financial planners.
Unbroken Tales? I know there is a Book of Unwritten Tales on PS4, Flame. Whether it's the first or second, I'm not sure. Okay, so I believe it's just 4 and 5 now. I'm pretty sure Bane had us go to 2. This was the first one that we had because there was the item on it. We just did this. I'm pretty sure Bane had us go to 2. Yeah, there you go. It does tell you. So... Peach. Do you think number 4 or number 5? We'll get one more Simpsons quote while we do this.
Even as I speak, the scourge of advertising could be heading toward your town. Lock your doors, bar your windows, because the next advertisement you see could destroy your house and eat your family.
We'll be right back.
Number 4. The Dark Palace of Waterfalls. This is the one I was thinking of, with the music track that I know. This leads to Joaquin. Yeah, it's no problem, Peach. It's what we do. There you go. I love it when the piano really kicks in. Yeah. Ultimately, though, I think this is probably the blandest of the areas. So, like, the majority of this area is these underwater caverns. And, like, in a game with fairly repetitive environment design, this one always stood out to me as, like, some of the most repetitive. Hmm. You missed. Just keep going left for the minute. Can I help you? I feel like they shouldn't glow like that if they're not going to explode. Because it's going to lure you into a false sense of security, and eventually one of them's going to glow, and you won't back away, and it will explode. Hmm. Oh. That hasn't tossed anybody into the air so far. Hmm. So it's a combo launcher that has given me a raise attack. Follow it. But so far, everyone I've done it to has not been launched by it. One thing I also think doesn't help the environment design is the way that the camera is like almost always pointing down at the ground. It's not even so much like not being able to control the camera, though that has issues in some areas. The camera is mostly never a problem. Fuck am I? The camera is mostly never a problem. It just doesn't do much for the environment. I stand by what I said there. That Moogle calling you a bastard when you melt the ice that he's surrounded by is just really funny. I'll give him recon organization on the axes. Alright. Oh, Moogles can be absolute dicks, but the idea of one of them just calling you a bastard is really funny to me. I mean, let's not forget why the entire Moogle nets, the entire Mognet side quest in 9 exists to begin with. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX's a good game. I'm glad I finally got around to streaming it. I'm glad I didn't listen to what Clem said and streamed it. Moogles are Ferengi with pom-poms. That's an interesting way of describing them. You man. You man. Oh yeah, mugging Chocobo Racing was an absolute prick. Also glad I eventually got around to streaming that. I'm glad we did that last year. That ended up being like a real surprise for me. Greatly enjoyed that. Shame I didn't get around to doing Guys. Guys might have been something in the similar vein. Might have really enjoyed that. I was blocking. Just stream Guys and play it exclusively as Zack. I think mode is very underwhelming. I've heard the quest mode or the dungeon mode is like weirdly in depth though. And kind of roguelike.
You know Homer Simpson?
Yeah, nice guy. Play poker with him once in a while.
We, need him beaten up.
You got it.
Yeah, I should expand this to just general quotes. Let's not forget, like, one of my favorite quotes, generally.
I'm the light bringer. I'm the fucking universe.
Alone in the Dark 2008 is just such a gem. Alright. That doesn't look like a strong water flow at all. I've been in showers that look like they have more water pressure than that. Alright, I guess we're heading all the way back. Honestly, if it didn't involve hooking up the PS3 again, I'd be way more willing to do Alone in the Dark Inferno. But I'm gonna have to do it eventually. Hook up the PS3, I mean, because, like, as it stands, there's no other way to do Metal Gear Solid 4. Oh, there was a door here. Gotta do Metal Gear Solid 4 at least once. Yes, yes I have. I've beaten the Amazing Spider-Man 2. I almost beat Amazing Spider-Man 1, but didn't end up finishing it. I do own both on PS3. The only PS3 game, the only PS3 Spider-Man game I don't own is Edge of Time. Yeah, they're alright. They're not amazing. That wasn't intended to be a pun, but like, you know. The first one's mostly fine. More interested in making you good than feel good. Has very strong Arkham influences. The second one's rougher. It has good ideas with rough implementation, and spends most of the game forgetting it's supposed to be an adaptation of a movie. Like the Electro stuff and the Green Goblin stuff turns up like right near the end. And the rest of the game is stuff like the Carnage Killer and Kingpin. I have not. That will be on the list. Ghost Rider is on the wheel. The swinging, the web swinging in Amazing Spider-Man 2 always interested me. Was a big reason I wanted to give it a try. Because the idea is you swing... you use your left web shooter with the L trigger, and the right web shooter with the right trigger, and it was kind of interesting. In practice, not particularly great. Like, it really does not matter. It also had an idea of, if you dealt with street crimes, you would gain a positive reputation. And people would like you, and that would be a good thing. And the police wouldn't go after you, and yada yada yada. The problem was, if you didn't solve street crimes and deal with street crimes, that meter would go down. It's like, imagine in, like, PS4 Spider-Man, or, like, Spider-Man 2 on the GameCube, PS2, Xbox, whatever. If you, like, you get those street crimes that pop up, and you just ignore them, your reputation meter goes down, and when it goes down far enough, the police will attack you on sight. And they send, like, specialized units after you to deal with you. And it's just kind of bullshit. It's like, if you think of the idea of, in Grand Theft Auto 4, I know there was a lot of criticism in Grand Theft Auto 4 for how often Roman would call you up. And be stuff like, hey, Nico, it's your cousin, we should go bowling. And, if you said no, your reputation with him would drop like that. But with the consequence being that he will just straight up attack you after a while. That's what it was. It's a game I would be interested in doing on stream at some point, but, like, there's at least 3 other Spider-Man games I'd be more interested in doing before that. But in response to what you said, though, Peach, yeah, the Arkham series, I feel like its influence is generally quite well acknowledged on the industry. The camera angle isn't particularly new. It's just using the RE4 camera angle, the over-shoulder one. But its combat system was very heavily influential. So many games after it used a similar idea. Sleeping Dogs, the Shadow of Mordor series. The Amazing Spider-Man continued the idea of the stealth sequences in it. Like, it was kind of just everywhere for melee combat for a while. Because it was just a good system. I never finished Grand Theft Auto 4. It kind of bored me. I just didn't do much with it. The fact that, like, a lot of people will say the entire first island is just a tutorial for the game, and it feels like, with how much you're railroaded into just bland shit to introduce the various mechanics the game has. And I just never got on with it. That's a game I would like to stream. I've said before, like, my idea would be streamed through the Series 3, Vice City, San Andreas, 4, 5. But as, like, in my own time, I just never got on with it. I've not really enjoyed a Rockstar game since Bully. Like, I did finish Red Dead Redemption, but I was never overly into it. Bully was the last one I really enjoyed. That is also on the wheel, a Bully. I would like to try it again. It's been a long time. I could do with seeing how well the PC version of it works as well. What about Max Payne? Oh, Max Payne 3? Nah, I've got no interest in doing it. Max Payne 2 is on the wheel. Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne. How you doing, Isa? Welcome on in, buddy. But no, I never finished Max Payne 3. I didn't really enjoy playing it. But, like, we've streamed Max Payne 1. This year's all about streaming stuff we haven't done on stream before, or haven't finished on stream before. Max Payne 2 is absolutely on there. I need to go back and redo Max Payne 1 at some point, because the video I uploaded to the archive for the first session wasn't Max Payne. So that first session is just lost. So I need to go back and do it again. Max Payne is fun. I feel like by part 3, it's kind of worn out its welcome. It does become kind of tiresome, and the deaths become very frequent in part 3. But overall, it is a very enjoyable game, and it was my introduction to the noir genre, and like I love the humor in it. I love how it's melancholic and morose, but also with like this weird undercurrent of black comedy in places.
Hey, did you hear something?
No.
Did I?
I don't know.
Yeah. And I think Max Payne 2 does all of that better. Like, I absolutely want to do Max Payne 2 on stream. Plus, when we were doing Max Payne 1, and like we got to part 3, and I was like, yeah, this is part 3. Part 1 is the American Dream. Part 3 is waking up from the American Dream. I was like, oh wait, we got to part 3. Wait, I was wrong. Part 3 of Max Payne 2 is waking up from the American Dream. I say that to Clem every now and then, and he doesn't understand it. And, like, that's kind of funny to me. I say it to some people, sometimes. And whenever I do it in the Russian accent, and nobody understands. And it's really funny. It's really funny to me. And I'm not going to explain it here for anybody who doesn't know. You'll have to wait for the Max Payne 2 stream. But it's such a good joke. It's such a good in-joke. You just dropped an item. What is it? Yeah, it feels like a good idea. Max Payne 2 is such a good game, and it's such a disappointment that it sold less than the first game. Because it's exactly what you want from a sequel. It's such a major improvement in, like, every way. Oh, sweet. Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered are on sale. How much for? 25% off. I could get. My concern is I don't really want to buy it before I'm going to stream it. But then if I don't buy it while it's on sale, when it comes up on the wheel, it probably won't be on sale anymore. I'd love to just have Legacy of Kain Encyclopedia on my wall. Instead, I just have the Legacy of Kain Encyclopedia in my head. As was foretold. There is a magical operation of maximum importance. The initiation of a new aeon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed. Blood. Isn't there a switch for me to hit here? Why can't I move further? There's the Legacy of Kain Encyclopedia in my head. Yeah. Yeah. I do love that series, though. I feel like that's the definition of a cult series, because aside from like Soul Reaver really catching mainstream attention in '99 when it came out, because of like the lack of load times, the streaming, the way it streamed areas from the discs, so once you did the initial load, there were no load times. Like that was a big seller and a big deal at the industry. Aside from that, the series never really caught mainstream attention, and was never really that great. Like, every Legacy of Kain game has a lot of problems. It's the definition of a cult series. And I love it. It's been less than 2 hours. Yeah, I should just go to that other save point before we head through the other area. Save on the potion usage. Moderators, assemble! Thank you, Ben. Well, this is well, that's all the problem with this. Oh yeah, Vorador's Mansion in Defiance. I remember that. I haven't done Defiance in like well over 15 years. I remember Vorador's Mansion in Defiance. Like, the worst of the series is Defiance. There's no real denying that. And by Defiance, the story is really what's pulling you forward, because you get all those interesting revelations in Defiance. I do really like this here. Okay, so take the right, and then go right. Yeah, maybe I'll pick up the Soul Reaver Remaster Collection. The Tomb Raider, like the big event on Friday. I don't know if any of you were aware of it. The big event on Friday. The Tomb Raider 4 to 6 remaster came out, and I'd love to pick that up. Canonically, Bane, like let me run you through real quick. Canonically, Bane's story begins in Defiance after Soul Reaver 2. Raziel's story in Defiance begins at the same time as Blood Omen 1. Thanks to time travel shenanigans. And of course, Blood Omen 2 doesn't exist until the end. The ending of Soul Reaver 2. Which creates a paradox, which in turn leads to the existence of Blood Omen 2. Fortunately, because I am insane, I still have the timeline pretty much set in my head. Even Soul Reaver 2 with all its jumping around in time, as long as I know like which time periods are in the game, I know when they're set. My concern is just like how many time periods do we go to? I'll probably forget one of them. Like, other than that, like, I know the entire timeline in my head. Well, there's the paradox of Cain versus William the Just, which creates a new timeline. The paradox of Raziel's existence. The paradox at the end of Soul Reaver 2. And then the paradox that's created at the end of Defiance. So yeah, probably 4, I would say. Drakengard is on the wheel. I stand by what I've previously said of, like, we're gonna do Drakengard before we do Nier. I look forward to regretting that. I feel like that paradox is more... Rather than a new paradox, it's an extension of the paradox of Raziel's existence. Because it's another piece of the same puzzle. But, like, a bunch of this is spoiler talk for Legacy of Kain series. We'll get into it when we do Legacy of Kain. For a game whose story I enjoy as much as that, I don't want to get into spoilers for it. Yeah, I do enjoy the small nods to OG Blood Omen. Like when the original city names come up again. Boy, to ya. Went through Blood Omen again last year. And, like, it was the first time in a very long time I'd been through Blood Omen all the way. Like, that was definitely fun. It's held up very well. And I expected it to, but, like, it's always nice to be vindicated in that. I do feel like OG Soul Reaver's probably held up the worst. Get push pull blocks. Yeah, that'll be fun. Like, to its credit, Soul Reaver's very creative with its block pushing. There's just so much of it. I would intend to. I would intend to do, like, as much of Soul Reaver as is reasonable, but it all depends on how I feel as I'm doing the game. Like, if I start getting bored of it, then it's entirely possible I might start making a beeline for the end. Welcome back, then. But if I do pick up the remaster, I would like to do check out the new the cut content that they've added to it. It's an easy game to get stuck in. You can argue it's one of the first 3D Metroidvanias, and it absolutely feels like an early idea of a Metroidvania, where you would absolutely lose track of where you want to go. Yeah, you know what, then? You've just immediately sold me on the remaster. Like, just that sold me. There we go. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a remaster I want to get, and I was absolutely right to not do the original game last year. I'll have to get it. I will have to get it. I was intending to get it, but like, I'll have to get it specifically for stream, because that will make so much of it so much more bearable. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't remember what these symbols are for the teleporter.
Son, your mother and I don't approve of this marriage, as we have not approved of any part of your life to date.
Well, the important thing is you came.
We're leaving.
Drive safe!
Excellent. Like, you're just giving me quality of life reasons why I should never touch the original again. Like, I've definitely had problems with Aspire and their porting efforts and supposed remaster efforts, but the Crystal Dynamics stuff they've done seems to be, like, genuinely really good. I was very happy with the Tomb Raider remaster. I look forward to picking up the second set of Tomb Raider remasters. And the Soul Reaver remasters being like that, yeah. Fantastic. I really hope we get the rest of the Legacy of Kain series on there. I don't need, like, a new Soul Reaver prequel comic or any of the stuff Crystal Dynamics is putting out to expand it without actually expanding it. I just want the games to be playable on modern systems and convenient. No, 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 it's like this. Okay, I don't know what that attack is. Yeah, I heard that a bunch of the community were involved in it. Same with the Tomb Raider stuff, which I think is absolutely a really good way of like doing a lot of these. Bearing in mind, like the fucking Night Dive's efforts with a bunch of it, with a bunch of the remasters they've done, has involved people from the community, the communities of the games they've been remastering, and it's really good. Mark Hamill is Janos Audron? The Red Whip is an interesting design, but I think it works better with like the specific coloring of the doppelganger. I don't think it'd look as good in our hands. Like the color contrast is better. All hiding as the Elder God, that'd be cool. I think I'm very happy with the cast we got. It's such a good cast. And especially because it's a cast that wasn't really common elsewhere. Like Simon Selman's not had a leading role in a video game since Tony J's not been really in anything because he died. Anna Gunn's not really been very big in games. Like, I think a big part of what helps the Legacy of Kain series stand out, even to this day, is its cast is not everywhere in the video game space, and never was. Like, you could have other actors. Where the fuck am I? Oh. I've gained no progress here. Simon Seltman, Michael Bell, Renee Auberjourny, I should really look up how I pronounce his name, Richard Doyle, Anna Gunn, Paul Lukather. Like, it's such a good cast. Never an outfit for the whip, though. I'm a good cosplayer who can figure out the age of the light of the whip. So that's an interesting statement there, Peach. Richard Doyle always played support roles, yeah. Like, it's a cast that was never really anywhere else. And, like, you could have had other people, like, you'd say, like, oh, the whole Metal Gear cast audition for it, and they could have done it. Like, Jennifer Hale could have absolutely done Ariel and would have done a fantastic job. Paul Hiding would have been fantastic as the Elder God. David Hayter, perhaps, as Raziel could have worked. Like, a lot of it would have worked, but them being more unique to Legacy of Kain absolutely helps it stand out, even to this day. I could see Cam Clark as Marcus. Like, talk specifically about Blood Omen 2, I could see Cam Clark as Marcus in Blood Omen 2, but only Cam Clark, he could have done any of them. Yeah. I really should watch that no-clip documentary. I did find where you posted it on the Discord. I think, Paul Iding as a figure like the Elder God, you get that if you wanted that, you can get that with, right here. You can get that with the Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne remaster. Paul Iding's in that. As the man in the wheelchair. I wonder if there was a level of prestige to it after, like, Blood Omen. That's right, the Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne remaster. Oh, this door looks different. Okay, so I can't read those ancient texts again? No, Mobius, Isa. As in, like, a Mobius strip? PC investment, you think? Say. When did you play it on PC, Peach? I fucking knew it'd be Marcus. I know Blood Omen too. It's like the direction they give Marcus would have absolutely worked for Cam Clark. I love the outtakes in Soul Reaver 2 and Defiance. I went back to them a few weeks ago. And you said on PC, Peach. I think we might be talking about different Nocturne games. Which is interesting because if we are, you'd be talking about the old Nocturne game released in 1999, developed by Terminal Reality, a company that went on to develop... Yes, we are. Developed by Terminal Reality, who went on to develop Blood Rain. It's kind of a proto-Blood Rain. Nobody ever talks about that Nocturne. And fun fact, big part of the reason why Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne was renamed in Europe to Lucifer's Call, because of that Nocturne game. And I know I've shown this before on stream, or to somebody, but if you check out Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne on PS2, it has a copyright for Terminal Reality at the bottom, because they had the copyright for Nocturne in video games, and Atlas had to negotiate with them for it, because they'd made that game. Nobody ever knows about that Nocturne game. That's super cool. I mean, let's be fair, Peach. We're all kind of old here. But I think the advantage of being older in like this day and age is like we got to play video games of a different era, of a different design mentality that like just don't get anymore. How old are you, Flame? You're just Sage. Like, I'm so glad I grew up in the video game age that I did. 26, goddamn, you child. Little baby Flame. Your knowledge is a bit sketchy. Games were made for the love of the game with content. See, when games were made and had to be released in a finished state because they couldn't be fixed later, when there was a limited amount of space on stuff like that, which... 41 years young. I think you can probably still rock it, Peach. It's like, buy this game now, we'll release the rest in 6 months, then we'll put the game on sale, but not give the original investors credit at all. Reason to know so many old games to do, because you had a potato PC. Kid who cared not for quality and you were bored. If you haven't got, like, the resources for modern games nowadays, it's fairly easy to get emulation set up. Like, the level of hardware required for it isn't much these days, and like if you just want to play video games, you could absolutely just spend an eternity playing NES, Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, Master System, PC Engine, PS1. Like, it's all there, and it's so much more accessible than it used to be because of that. Nocturne, the old Blair Witch games, which... Vivisector. It's an interesting one. Like, my intention, if I ever had children, was always to be like, you don't get the latest console. There are so many reasons to not allow a child access to that. Because, like, Christ, the stuff that's just there. It's like, here, you can have what I had growing up. You can start on a Super Nintendo and we can work you up. And, like, you build an appreciation in that kind of idea of where we were and where we've gone. I worked with somebody in my last job who would regularly say, like, he couldn't go back to PS2 games because the graphics on them were so bad. Couldn't really go back to PS3 games because the graphics on them were so bad. And it's like, nah. If you have the patience to figure out how to emulate DOS, like how to work DOSBox, and like actually play some of those old games with their very unfriendly design, there's so much really interesting stuff you can get there. I think game design generally was just more interesting in those older times. To be fair about that idea, Peach, start like I did with the remake of the original Super Mario Brothers. Because Super Mario All-Stars on Super Nintendo, the remake compilation of Mario 1, 2, 3, and Lost Levels. Clem, of course, is forcing his nephew to play the original Mega Man games. Black Turtle Key. Yeah, Windows 3. Ugh. Yeah, there's so much stuff on those old systems. Like, you guys know exactly why I advocate emulation and such. There's so much there absolutely worth experiencing, and instilling an interest in the younger generation of gamers to experience that, I think, is really worthwhile for them. But just so you don't feel alone, Peach, being 41, Clem, do you want to share with the chat how old you are? Not because he just started doing it himself. It's always the best way to do it, because if you try and force it on them and push them into it, they will quit just for the sake of doing their own thing. Did Clem leave with his pasta? That's a play 12 again. Ooh. That's a Stockholm Syndrome if I've ever seen one. But yeah, we're a community of all ages. Mr. Charisma, who sometimes pops in, I know he's in like his mid to late 40s. Like, we're definitely a community of various ages, joined together by an interest in some of this nonsense. I really wish the map would just scroll with you as you move. Back. Yeah, I know that's always been one of your favorite things about this stream, Flame. Yeah, it's absolutely great getting to talk to people who have similar interests. Like, Flame likes it that I know a lot of the obscure video games he likes. I like that Flame knows Shin Megami Tensei, because not a whole lot of people in my friend circle who... give up on the possibility of no one lives forever or existing again? No, I really don't think so. 5-10 years ago, I might have said yes. But, like, looking at where we are now and the things that have been re-released and remastered over the last few years, I think there's always the possibility of it. Strange Journey was my second SMT. My first was Devil Survivor. But with Devil Survivor being far more spin-off than anything else, I consider Strange Journey my first mainline SMT. Absolutely count Strange Journey as mainline. Stealing Nintendo time and begging for a Mega Drive. I don't spend a lot of time streaming Mega Drive stuff. If I was better at it, I would not mind doing some of the treasure stuff that was on the Mega Drive. Alien Soldier, Gunstar Heroes, that kind of thing. Whenever you decide to stream it, Flame. Blackthorn is absolutely not my kind of game. I don't generally enjoy that kind of platformer. Like, you're not likely, like... I'm on record as, like, talking about how much I enjoy Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time and such. You're not likely to ever see me stream the original Prince of Persia. It's not my kind of platformer. or Oddworld. I know Bane would love to see me stream that. Like, it's not my kind of game. No, not really. And you might think it's weird because I'm like such a big advocate for classic Tomb Raider. And classic Tomb Raider is basically the 3D version of that idea. But I don't really enjoy it in 2D. Like, some people call them cinematic platformers, some people call them step platformers. The entire idea I've just never really been into. The deepest I've ever gotten into one was, like, the original Oddworld. And there are moments where I debate streaming Oddworld New and Tasty. Because Bane tells me, like, it's got a decent checkpoint system and that would really help it. But I don't know if I'd ever really get around to doing it. They are generally quite bullshit. I've never finished any of the original Prince of Persias. Another World was a game I never got very far in because it's very trial and error. Like, I absolutely respect the innovation and technology of it. But it's not a game I'm ever going to enjoy. It's essentially... It's like those old FMV games, like Sewer Shark or... What am I thinking of? Like Dragon's Lair, the ones that are basically quick-time events. Not Night Trap, no. Not Phantasmagoria, because Phantasmagoria was basically a point-and-click game with the FMV sequence. What is it? No, not Time Girl. Critical something. Critical. Critical Path. Yeah, like Critical Path. Well, like, you've got a choice, a path to take, and, like, you gotta make that decision quick enough, and if you choose the wrong one, you die, and go back. And, like... That's really what Another World is, just in 2D. And I don't find the repetition all that enjoyable. Dragon's Lair is very pretty. The Dawn Bluth animation is, like, very well done. Same with Space Ace. Like, Space Ace looks fantastic. But I also have a soft spot for that era. Blue Dragon. I have a soft spot for that era of animation. That pretty much gone now. Now that everything's 3D. I feel like one thing we absolutely lost was the brilliant, expressive designs of facial animations and such. There's so much cool stuff that 2D animation did that 3D animation hasn't been able to replicate. Sinbad Legend of the Seven Seas is a really good example. Like, you don't need to watch the entire movie, but, like, look up, I think, Eris's introduction in that movie, and the way she's animated, and it's just absolutely astounding. There's a clear vision there that's fulfilled through the animation. And it's stuff like that, and, why I think the live-action version of The Little Mermaid could not possibly be as appealing as the animated version. Because you've got stuff like the way Ursula moves in Poor Unfortunate Souls song. And I watched the live-action rendition of it, and it doesn't match the vibrancy of the movement. It's really just astounding the way it looks. Original. CG and 3D animation doesn't. Blue Dragon, Cuphead with the Fleischer style animation. Which, that era of animation was always fascinating to me just because of how fluid it all seemed. It seemed like there was so much more movement in it than later cartoons. The Superman cartoons that the Fleischer brothers did are absolutely worth checking out. I think they're all on YouTube now. Like, officially released on YouTube. And they look absolutely stunning. They got... Part of it is because they got a ridiculous budget. Apparently the Fleischer brothers didn't want to do them. And so they asked for an absurd amount of money. Like, an amount of money that would be like, yeah, no, we're never going to get this. So we ask for it, they say no, we move on. So they asked for this money, and the studio said yes. And so that was it. Superman was like the most expensive set of cartoons at the time. And it looks it. The animation on it is astounding. Blue Dragon, though, one of the 5 Xbox 360 exclusive RPGs. When I got my 360, absolutely picked it up. And I've still not really played much of it, but I'd like to. I forget if I put that on the wheel of RPGs. I definitely put Lost Odyssey in there. Lost Odyssey is a game I really want to go back to and finish. Infinite Undiscovery was, yeah, and I believe still is. Because it was Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, Infinite Undiscovery, Tales of Vesperia, and The Last Remnant. The Tales of Vesperia and Last Remnant have been re-released on other systems since. Infinite Undiscovery, Blue Dragon, and Lost Odyssey have not. But they are all backwards compatible on Xbox. So if you have an Xbox One or an Xbox Series, you can play them on there, which is really nice. And I do want to get around to actually doing Lost Odyssey properly. We only did 2 sessions of it. That was back when I was still undecided about the use of the camera. I got the camera for the stream. And started using it, and I was really kind of unsure about it. And so, like, the first session of Lost Odyssey used the camera. The second session didn't, and I hated the inconsistency of that. So I just stopped playing Lost Odyssey and moved on to something else that I hadn't used the camera on at all. And I've not gone back to Lost Odyssey since, and I really want to. no idea what Infinite Undiscovery is actually about, Clem. One thing I'll do, I generally intend to do with anything I'm interested in playing or experiencing, is try to know as little about it as possible, so I can be like really surprised by everything that happens. Like, here's a fun fact: going into Cyberpunk 2077, I did not know anything about the plot, so I was very surprised about it. I was very surprised about the nature of Keanu Reeves' character. Didn't know that's what it was. Baldur's Gate 3. Had no idea what the idea of the plot was when I started it. Very surprised about that. Like, if something's interesting in that regard, I'll generally try to know as little about it as possible. Same with movies. Then it can, like, fully grab me as I try to get to grips with it. Far too often you go into movies or games knowing too much about the plot, revelations or basic story ideas that you're expected to know going in that don't actually take effect until like half an hour in. So on. And I like to try and avoid that wherever possible.
Is someone there? Are you a prisoner here?
Who are you?
My name is Leon. And you are?
My name is Raheem Armstair. It's too bad you aren't Walter.
This feeling. Are you a vampire?
That's right, lowly human.
Why is a vampire locked away here?
Shut up! Damn Walter. I would have won were it not for his ebony stone.
Ebony stone? What's that?
If you want to know. Beat me! It'll be a nice prelude to defeating Walter.
Alright.
I'll beat you. To a pulp!
Alright, do it counterclockwise. You missed. Oh shit, I wasn't watching my health.
You're just a human, after all.
That's my bad. Fallen Drive. And maybe we could do a watch party of Mulholland Drive at some point. I do have it. Like, why not actually get around and be like, yeah, let's watch Mulholland Drive and be like... You might get to it a lot faster if you just watch it on your own, Flame. Oh, I think he's getting angry. I got the money, I can buy more of these potions from Ronaldo. Damn it. So close to getting him in that cycle. Bada bing.
To think I lost to a human.
You promised. Answer me. What is the ebony stone?
A stone made with alchemy. It creates the never-ending darkness in this forest.
Hence eternal night. But the night should help you as well, since you're a vampire.
That stone chooses its master. My powers pale beside his. Oh, if only I had the Crimson Stone.
Alright. That leaves us with one left.
The Crimson Stone. He mentioned alchemy. Perhaps Ronaldo might know something.
feel like this is a game that could probably do with some kind of remake to expand on the story ideas.
I have a question, Ronaldo.
Don't you always? Ask away.
No, usually I'm just
Ebony
buying
and
something.
crimson stones.
What about them?
You knew about them. Why didn't you tell me?
How would that have changed anything? The night still wouldn't have ended.
True, but...
Well, I would have told you. I shall tell you now.
Please.
Have you ever heard of the Philosopher's Stone?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Making the Philosopher's Stone is the ultimate goal of alchemy. It provides eternal youth. The two other stones were apparently created accidentally. No details of how they were made remain now.
I see. I know about the Ebony Stone, but what kind of power does the Crimson Stone have?
I don't know the details. It turns the souls of vampires into power for its master. These two stones are the vampire's greatest treasures.
Wouldn't the Crimson Stone work for humans as well?
If all it gave you was power, that might be so.
What do you mean?
But
I've heard that it bears the curse of the vampires as well.
I see. So humanity would be lost.
There are no greater treasures for those who become vampires.
And Walter has the Ebony Stone in his possession?
That seems to be the case. It was supposedly lost along with the Crimson Stone.
But if the Ebony Stone reappeared, then the Crimson
May also
Stone...
have resurfaced. I pray that it is not here.
considering it never comes up again in the series, it is here.
Welcome back. What would you like today? Is that all? What would you like today?
Sell you.
Is this okay? Would you like anything else? Is that all? What would you like? Is this fine? Would you like anything else? Is this okay? Yes, certainly. Is this okay? Yes, certainly. Anything else? Come back soon.
Alright, one more area to take out. Good. Head up to Walter and kick him in the dick. All that's left is number 5, which should be the theatre or opera house. Some kind of performance area. No, Clem, not Mambo.
Hey, did you hear something?
No.
Did I?
I don't know.
You already heard that one, though.
Changes, time to change the oil. Changes! Don't want to be an oily man.
A man innocently changes his oil when a 2-ton car comes crashing down. Crashing down. Oh. Who'd have thought you could hold up a car with a wicker basket?
Here we go. The Ghostly Theatre. Which I always expect to do first. Never end up actually doing first. I forget, honestly. It's not a scenario I'm overly familiar with, so it would have been from later Simpsons. Like later than season 9. Did I make this the credits music for Castle-Day-nia? I think I did. Pretty sure I made something from Lament of Innocence. Alright then. Which one's Rising Shot? There it is. Now we just gotta figure out how to get past that. They won't fire when you're looking at them. Alright. Alright. Maybe this will be something we'll finish off next, because otherwise I feel like we'll be going for like 5 hours. And I don't want to go into that final boss just stressed and tired. See how we're feeling after this area. Because I remember the last area was just like more of the same tedium of the first 2 areas. So what is down the stairs? Nope. I'm not coming back here, so it's not like I'm wasting it. to the start. Yep, so it was not worth going down there. Oh, there was a door in there? Oh, two of them? Club and a hammer. Alright. I was blocking there, come on. Hmm. Anyway. Another ancient text? No, just a map. Alright, well, we'll see what's in this room. Okay. Yeah, there's something I have to activate first, isn't it, to summon the boss? Like, Thieves. Yeah, Thieves Town in A Link to the Past. I was thinking, like, no, Thieves Town's the name of the village, but it's not. Thieves Town is explicitly the name of the hideout. The name of the village is the Village of Outcasts. I think we have to ring a bell. Was there a door down here? Hmm. I remember being so disappointed with Lollipop Chainsaw that at no point did they play Meatloaf. But why was I disappointed? Right, I know where I'm going. I felt like the father had the right vibe to him. and like particularly during like his final sequence. Yeah, I thought you'd get like a bat out of hell, or like possibly during the sequence where Rao rode the motorcycle into the giant zombie Elvis. I would do anything for love, and it just didn't happen. That was a bigger drop than I expected. Hot patootie. Whatever happened to Saturday night when you... Wow. You dressed up sharp and you felt alright. It don't seem the same since cars plied came into my life. I thought I was defined. I used to go for a ride with you could go and listen to the music on the radio. The saxophone was blowing on a rock and roll show. Climbed in the backseat, really had a good time. Opportunity bless my soul. I really love that rock and roll. This room isn't on the map. Meatloaf's appearance in Tenacious D in the Pick of Destiny is like easily the high point of the movie. Like the movie starts strong and can't really follow that up. And I love how Meatloaf's sequence in Kickapoo is like very Meatloaf instruments as well. Like I love that. Such a good detail. Yeah, so I believe I need to ring the bell to start the play. That looks dangerous. That's right, you don't get to win against me with that nonsense. When the bell tolls thrice under the stage, the curtain will rise. So is the idea with these ancient texts is they tell you how to actually get to the bosses? I think we'll have to come back anyway, so we'll try out my theory of how to deal with those guys on the way back. Goddamn lost souls. Right, this room's not on the map. Let's see where this one goes. Right. That's good money, I want that. Okay, so that's connecting room then. It's odd, like what details the maps actually give you when you pick them up to display on your map. Alright, save point. Can I help you?
What's wrong?
You know that feeling you get when 1,000 knives of fire are stabbing you in the heart? I got that right now. Ooh, bacon. Because he does the front flip into the opposite. That was my mistake. Oh, man. Alright, try again. Black Turtle key. The Black Turtle was in the Dark Palace of Waterfalls. So that's going to be a side thing. Which probably not going to do.
I don't know, like, if we call it after this session, after this area, to make the next session, like, worthwhile, maybe we will do some of that side stuff. And get the Forbidden One boss fight. Maybe we will. Seems like be a reasonable enough idea.
And then I had this dream that my whole family was just cartoon characters and that our success had led to some crazy propaganda network called Fox News.
Alright. So, progress is going to be the other side then. Well, let's check out where this other door goes first. Get this on the map, though. Yeah, it's a different direction. Max hearts is 90. Alright. Oddly placed map.
Mr. Burns, we've got witnesses, precedent, and a paper trail a mile long.
Yes, well, I have 10 high-priced lawyers.
He left his briefcase. Hey, it's full of shredded newspapers.
Alright, so there's something going on in here. There's a second floor thing, and if you fall down, you fall down onto this floor? But there doesn't seem to be anything we can do there right now anyway, which means we're going to have to circle all the way around. here. And then presumably this will be a pathway upstairs to this area. Yeah, see, they're in the same place. That drops us down right in front of the actual... Alright. We know what we're doing. Oh yeah. There we go. Heart max up. It's not nothing. There we go. Straight across, no detour. So the thought now is, like, if I'd gone the other way, would I have just ended up being able to skip the entire left side? That's a curious consideration. Skeleton warrior. Nothing down here. Oh, money. That will keep me flush with potions. Alright. That's also yellow, so there's no blue in here. Alright, simple enough then.
All right, the coast is clear. There's a box you can sleep in.
Thanks.
Just move that cot out of the way.
Okay.
Do you know what radon is?
No.
Good night.
That's for the scientists to figure out, Clem. Are you a scientist? Then figure it out. My favourite part of that is the there's a box you can sleep in, just move the cot out of the way. Go. So up here is an axe. I do actually really appreciate that the map straight up tells you what the items are, what the sub-weapons are, in each room without you even having to get them. Really nice. Dive kick. Reminds me of Kung Lao's dive kick in Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. The way you could just chain that repeatedly for like a weirdly long time on a single enemy. Yeah, there's money. Okay. I think we'll go this way first. I meant the other way. The direction of the map versus the direction of the camera in some of these rooms is, like, kind of confusing. Alright, so there's a door locked with a key. Do I have that key? White tiger key. Do I have the white tiger key? Oh, here we go. I can read the ancient text. Blue dragon, black turtle. I don't have white tiger. Wish I could do that much damage. This will be stairs. It really does seem like if I'd gone in this direction first, I would have not had to go anywhere in the other section. Okay, max is 100 now. So I guess the max hearts increase by 10. Right. Room just all on its own. See what's in there, I guess. That was an odd room. Okay, so presumably this has been the goal the entire time. And now that I have it, I presumably just go back to the theater. Let's keep going though, because that's not a good assumption to just make. Save point next corridor. These aren't even a variety of skeletons, they're just regular skeletons. Like, it's absolutely the, look at you haven't even got a name tag of monsters.
That's sort of nice. What are you in for?
Atmosphere.
Yeah. How dare you, Clem? Absolutely despicable thing to say to somebody. There's another exit in that room. There's still no reason to call somebody a regular skeleton, Clem. Maybe you shouldn't be so quick to move on, Clem. Maybe it was hurtful. Clem's words hurt, man. Alright, I want to go back and see what that other door was. Like, there's another exit in that dark room, and I want to know what it is. Unfortunately, this is that room there. Dropping down there's the best way to get to the boss. There's not even a save point close to the boss. Look at that guy. Means we'd want to go back there, get to that room, then come back here. Definitely save, just to be safe.
Now, we may not have antique furniture or priceless artwork, but we have everything we need right here.
That's right. Just because we're not rich doesn't mean that we don't have... Oh no, I can't even finish. I want to be rich.
Here with you, boys. Being rich would be great. Wouldn't need to go to work. Like, that's really more than anything. Like, just not having to go to work. Being able to do whatever I want with my life. That doesn't even damage you. So how do I get to the other... Oh. Does it highlight another path if I make it back to the start here? No, it just goes in a standard loop. But there is a platform there. Alright. Go through this door so we can reset it. So it'll be easy to get to that platform. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Increases the usage time of relics. I don't think that's overly worth it to me. At least we figured it out, but like, that's not useful to me at all. It's odd, because like, this is a game with like quite a few secrets, and yet you are, unless you're very specifically aiming for 100% or something, you'll never feel compelled to get any of them.
So what prize did you end up getting? Mustache comb. What'd you get?
Fake mustache. Wanna comb it?
We just jump down the next room, we can head to the ghostly thing. And take on the boss. And the boss is an enemy that appears quite frequently throughout the series. This is the second time it's ever been story relevant. And in the main continuity, the last time. There we go. No, Clem, it's not you.
Sarah?
It's my betrothed.
Leon, you came to save me.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're not hurt.
I can't believe you're safe.
Let's get out of here first.
Yes.
Who are you?
Oh my. Too bad. And I thought this would work so well.
It might have worked so well if you hadn't audibly drawn a knife and then taken ages trying to stab me.
I was careless. It was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy.
I was going to let you die without any suffering because I liked the way you looked.
Well, that's just too bad.
But I've changed my mind. Your face warped in pain. Just the thought thrills me. Oh, this will be lovely.
So the second time Succubus has been story relevant in the series. The last time in this continuity. The next time Succubus would get a cutscene devoted to her is Lord of Shadow Mirror of Fate, where she's a boss who tries to seduce Simon. But, like, between this and Symphony of the Night, every appearance that Succubus has made outside of those, she's been a regular enemy. Bada bing.
If I had known this would happen, I would have fought you in the guise of your loved one. Then, like that old man, you would have...
Old man? You're talking about Ronaldo. What do you mean?
That old man... his own daughter...
The game looks really clean and fun. A fight. Oh, the fight. a lot simpler than the other fights, I think. Like I said earlier, like, you feel like this is one I always go for first, and I usually end up missing it. But based on the enemies you fight here, they all feel weaker than enemies we fought in the previous area. It is probably intended as like one of the first areas you do.
Ah, you did well to come back.
Ronaldo, please tell me.
What is it?
About your daughter.
I don't know what you've heard, but you don't need to know anymore.
Ronaldo, you've helped me so much. The least I can do for you is listen to your story and support you in your suffering.
Needless meddling. Very well. I'll tell you. It was 5 years ago. A cold night with a full moon. I returned home from picking herbs necessary for the secret arts. And what greeted me was a sea of steaming blood. And at the center of it were the bodies of my wife and son. I could not believe my eyes. My daughter was there, laughing, blood dripping from her mouth.
She was turned into a vampire?
That's right, by Walter. My daughter went out a window without even looking at me. When I recovered, I built the whip with alchemy. Then, I searched for her.
I see. I've heard enough. So this is what you meant when you said you owed him.
I challenged Walter, but nothing came of it. That's why I live here and help those who wish to fight him.
I never would have guessed.
Forget everything I just said. Think only of yourself now. He's not an opponent you can beat while distracted.
No, you're wrong.
What do you mean?
The force of your grief can only make me stronger. Thank you. I am grateful.
Do as you will.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but also like, I feel like you've worded it very poorly.
Welcome. What would you like? Is this fine? Would you like anything else? Is that all? Come back soon.
Alright, let's go and save the game. Because for some reason there isn't a save point out here, it's here. And then we'll finish this off next week and do a bunch of the extra stuff.
The rich are different from you and me.
Yes, they're better. Socially better.
So yeah, I think that's going to do it for us for tonight. Good progress, good progress. I think, like, heading up, it's like 3 floors a bunch of bullshit, and then the final boss. So doing that next week, like not that climb out 4 hours in, and then 2 hours doing it next week, I think will generally be the best. Plus, being able to do some of the extra stuff. We can take a look at what some of those keys do, see about working our way down to the Forgotten One, see about getting that done. Because we didn't show that off last time, because why would we? But yeah, I think that could be a fun idea. So I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Panda... Icy. But if I forgot to mention you direct, Castlevania Lament of Innocence will conclude next week. And no, the intention is like all of next week's stream will be Castlevania. Is it next week? Next time we return, I will be able to. I'll give you guys an update later in the week on whether or not I'll be able to do. No, it will be next week. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got the time for that. I'm not in work early. So yeah, conclusion of Castlevania Lament of Innocence next week. Spread it out, make it a stream length, full stream length, and spin the wheel of Castlevania next week. Find out what. See. More Rebirth to come as we aim to finish that soon. I want to be done with it. Not overly enjoying it at this point. And I think a large part of that is just my distaste for open world games more than anything else. No, it's padded. Like, I'm not even going to blame it on open world. It's padded, and it's unavoidably padded, and it's frustrating. But yeah, once we're done with that, we'll spin the wheel of non-RPGs to see what we'll play next. We'll do at least 1, maybe 2 non-RPGs before we do another RPG. And we'll spin the wheel of RPG, see where we go with that. Yeah, pretty much it. So, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And, yeah. We'll catch you next time, guys.